What if the life you experience is not the origin point, but the outcome, an effect produced by something deeper and prior? What if the tangible world you perceive, handle, and move within is simply a mirrored echo of a picture sustained for ages in the still, hidden corridors of your own mind? Sit with that thought for a moment. Linger there and let it settle. Picture yourself entering a magnificent theater, not to spectate, but to command as the only director. The plush curtains part, the lamps soften, and projected before you is your life, shot by shot, moment by moment. Yet this cinema is not crafted from brick or iron. It resides within you, just behind your gaze. Is the faculty of imagination. In that holy interior beyond ordinary thinking, there abides an invisible architect, not a specter or make-believe, but the single most potent power, shaping your personal cosmos. This designer drafts without paper or inked schematics. Its patterns are sensed, dreamed, and vividly pictured. You recognize its handiwork whenever desire pulls at your heart, when a vision refuses extinction, when you whisper, "What if?" and an answering warmth within replies, Yeah. Imagination is not a trivial pastime for children. It is sacred technology, an instrument of creation endowed with real power. To engage imagination is to commence creation itself, not at some vague future time, not hypothetically, but immediately, now. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "Imagination is the scissors of the mind. Those scissors trim patterns from the unseen cloth of spirit, and sew the invisible into embodiment. And you, the one hearing this, are the one holding them. It is you, and no one else, who fashions the hidden template from which your lived experience will be assembled. This is not merely figurative language. This is a governing law. Gently close your eyes for a brief spell. Sense the gravity in that statement. This is law, binding, operative, exact. Imagination is not for idle amusement. You imagine to bring things into form. The seat beneath you, the walls encircling you, the very voice you're hearing, all originated as mental pictures. Reality is not first assembled by hands. It is first raised by inner sight. Your own life follows the same process. Your home started as a drawing. The device you're holding existed first as someone's dream. The connection you yearn for, the serenity you pursue, the prosperity you desire, each germinates on that inward stage. Unlike a film whose image trembles and disappears, your imagination leaves an imprint. It generates and emanates the very substance that shapes events. Spirit comprehends imagery. The subconscious receives and obeys the symbols you press into it. Consequently, life, like a devoted mirror, casts those impressions back to you. Stop. Again. Reflect deliberately. Have you ever pictured a thing, well in advance of its arrival, that later, almost uncannily, materialized? A role you envisioned yourself occupying, a dialogue you practiced in mind, a worry that matured into reality, a hope that opened into what felt like a miracle. That is the potency of your inner projector. It runs the real until the external world lines up, not through defiance, but in obedience to spiritual law. As within, so without. Therefore, I ask you directly, who currently occupies the director's chair in the story of your life? Are you imagining deliberately, or simply drifting on autopilot? Are your inner images consecrated and intentional, or fragmented and unfocused? Are you drafting plans consciously, or allowing fear to scribble across the architecture of your days? Imagination is never optional. It is continuously active. The real question is, what content are you feeding it right now? You might equate imagining with pretend play, yet that assumption is seriously mistaken. Imagination is the faculty that makes real. Everything unfolds in two stages. First, the spiritual, then the material. First the unseen, then the seen. First the mental picture, then the outward manifestation. The divine conceived light, and then pronounced, "Let there be." Creation does not arise as arbitrary invention. It emerges as reflection, and reflection originates in inner sight. So receive this clearly. You are not merely drifting through existence. You are the architect, the dream carrier, the projecting force, and even the screen upon which it all appears. The image within is a holy seed. Whatever you plant with faith ripens into your harvest in due season. Now, draw that understanding into yourself with a deep breath. Allow it to rest within you like a gentle, undeniable truth. For this implies something profound. You are never truly trapped. Regardless of what preceded this moment, your projector continues to roll. The upcoming scene remains yours to author. You can pause, revise, erase, compose anew, and begin again. External reality does not govern you. It serves as your canvas for expression, and imagination is the brush you wield upon it. Can you sense the inner turning that is happening now? Do you feel that quiet inner chamber awakening and moving? That subtle inner voice that murmurs, "I have always known this truth." Yes, because your soul retains this memory. You entered life equipped with this capacity. Prior to learning fear, you instinctively imagined. You saw fortresses in cloudscapes. You crafted entire worlds from cardboard and crayons. With eyes closed, you perceived realities larger than the physical world could contain. Go back to that state, not childishness, but creative mastery. Return not to escapism, but to consecrated formation, imaging with purpose. You are the divine visionary, the quiet constructor, the one who perceives long before consensus arrives. Allow this to stand as your operative truth. My imagination is a divine projector. It plays the vision of my soul until the world must align. And let this be the inquiry you carry. What have I been imagining without knowing? Because you are forever imagining. And whatever you repeatedly sustain within, you will eventually hold in your hands without. Therefore, with care and respect, I ask you, have you ever pictured something that later unfolded exactly, or astonishingly, into reality? Offer your story. Let us grow our shared awareness collectively, because through sharing we recall the sacred endowment that belongs to us. Within spirit's stillness, there is no disorder, only precise correspondence. No true accidents, no mere randomness, no outer power secretly plotting against your calm. There is reflection alone, echo alone, the mirrored choreography of cause paired with effect. Us within, so without. Us above, so below. As the soul imagines, so the world becomes. These statements are not ornamented poetry. They function as law, spiritual law, unchanging, timeless, and rigorously precise. The law of correspondence stands as a sacred foundational principle of reality. It regulates how your interior condition translates into the circumstances you encounter. As reliably as gravity pulls an apple earthward, correspondence pulls your lived circumstances outward from the hidden architecture of your thoughts, emotions, and mental imagery. Let us explore this holy principle side by side, moving slowly, carefully, and with a sense of reverence for its depth. Allow it to settle over you like dawn's dew, gentle yet potent, washing away the grit of misunderstanding from the surface of your soul. Picture, for a moment, a mirror, not a household pane of glass, but a living, responsive mirror named life itself. Whatever you set before it, delight, dread, anticipation, conviction, returns to you in faithful reflection, precise and unwavering. You cannot frown into a mirror and reasonably anticipate that it will grin back at you. You cannot emanate anxiety and simultaneously harvest tranquility in return. You cannot sow thorn seeds within the subconscious soil and later pick roses from the garden of your daily experience. Whatever is contained inside must ultimately express itself outside. The circumstances around you at this very moment are like a message authored by your internal condition. The script may be unconscious, hand-me-down, or even at odds with your stated wishes. Nevertheless, it remains faithful to what you have most strongly impressed upon yourself at depth. Florence Scovel Shinn taught. Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving, not what one vaguely wishes for, not what one pleads to obtain. Rather, what one inwardly sees, vividly, consistently, and with feeling, is what arrives. You are the artist, and existence is your canvas. Yet the pigments you use do not originate in the outer world. They are poured from the reservoir of your inner sight. If you're willing, gently close your eyes now. Sense the landscape within, the thoughts swelling like ocean tides, the emotions thrumming beneath your chest, the pictures streaking across your mind's horizon like quick stars in a dark sky. That interior space is your authentic workshop and studio. It is precisely there that the contours of your life are carved, molded, and formed. Neville Goddard once said, "Change your conception of yourself, and you will automatically change the world in which you live." He did not instruct you to change your job. He did not advise, move to a new city. He did not counsel, wait for someone else to select you. His direction was, alter your conception, shift your inner blueprint, revise the self you imagine yourself to be, because the external realm is never the primary cause. Your imaginative faculty is the originating cause. Take a moment to pause and absorb that truth. The world is not acting upon you as a hostile agent. It is displaying something about your inner condition, not as penalty or censure, but as a consistent reflection of what has been impressed within. And once you perceive the reflection accurately, you possess the power to alter it. Consider a seed, just for a moment. You would not plant corn and then petition for strawberries to appear. You would not bury a rose cutting and insist it sprout as lavender. You sow in agreement with law, and the law returns a harvest of the very nature you planted. Imagination functions the same way. When you sow an inner picture of deficiency, the law yields shortage. When you plant a vision of completeness, the law yields restoration. When you cultivate an image of joy, joy germinates, blossoms, and grows to fill the landscape of your days. Yet all planting occurs on the inside, within the soil of imagination and feeling. Yet the actual sowing takes place internally, inside the fertile ground of your own consciousness and feeling nature. So ask yourself plainly, what seeds have you been placing into that inner soil? When worry arises, examine it. What mental pictures are you unconsciously projecting in that moment? When fear takes hold, which specific image are you nourishing and giving emotional energy to? When you loop past dialogues, revive old hurts, or retell familiar narratives, what kind of future scene are you effectively practicing to perform? The point here is not to induce shame or blame. It is to liberate you with awareness and agency. For once, you recognize you are the one doing the planting. You also realize you can select a different seed at will. You stop pleading with the results to transform by themselves. Instead, you return to the source, the inner ground where causes are set. You revisit the consecrated garden that is your own mind and imagination. You begin imagining anew, this time suffused with love, guided by clarity, and anchored in trustful faith. Consider the following inner exercise. Each morning before standing, you inhale into a chosen vision. With eyes closed, you picture yourself moving in joy, speaking with assuredness, and attracting abundance as though magnetized by spirit. You generate the feeling state and live it first in the unseen realm. Consequently, outer conditions begin to shift and recalibrate. The change may not be abrupt or dramatic. Rather, It tends to be gradual and understated, because the seed you planted is now aligned with truth, and the corresponding harvest is therefore inevitable. This is not a parlor trick. It is the natural outcome of alignment between inner image and outer effect. It is not deception or manipulation. It is the dependable operation of truth. And you, beloved, are invariably aligned with some vision or assumption, whether consciously chosen or not. The meaningful inquiry becomes, aligned with precisely what content or assumption? You cannot be loyal to two competing inner pictures. You cannot plant yourself in fear while hoping to harvest faith. You cannot scatter seeds of doubt and then expect a meadow of divinely assured outcomes. Decide in this moment. Deliberately choose the character of your inner God. Florence said, "The game of life is the game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy." This teaching is not offered to alarm you, but to equip and empower you with responsibility and possibility. Because beginning right now, you can select and plant different inner seeds. You can also alter your speech, shaping language to match your chosen vision. You can cultivate new emotional tones that correspond to your desired outcomes. And you can compose fresh inner scenes, intentionally replacing the old reels. As you do, the living mirror of life will necessarily alter its reflection. External conditions will start to echo and display a newly impressed inner picture. It must do so by the operation of spiritual correspondence, because this law operates with absolute reliability. Therefore, let's affirm together right now with sincerity and conviction. My inner vision creates my reality. What I see in faith, I shall see in form. I now align with divine reflection, joy in, joy out. Draw those statements into yourself with a conscious, steady breath. Allow them to take root and then emanate outward from your core like ripples on a calm pond, becoming your standard inner posture, your new baseline assumption. You are not merely at the mercy of circumstances. You are the causal spiritual agent participating in their formation. Each transformation you desire originates in a reorientation of inner seeing. Thus, initiate the shift immediately. Direct your attention first within, instead of chasing external fixes. Reconceive the limits of what you believe can happen. Generate the felt sense of reality and consent to it as already true within. Then trust that, by the constancy of law, by the fidelity of spirit, and by the principle of correspondence, the outer expression will emerge. If these ideas resonate, consider committing to ongoing practice in mastering conscious creation. You are not merely learning something new, you are recollecting a wisdom that has always been yours. Welcome back to the locus of your innate creative power. Picture yourself positioned in the heart of a lush, exquisitely tended garden. The earth is fertile, the light diffused and gentle, and the air seems perfumed with possibility. In your palms rests a small satchel of seeds, each seed symbolizing a thought, an emotion, or a mental picture. You kneel and press into the soil, a seed of peace, followed by one of assurance. Then, absent deliberate awareness, you let slip several kernels of fear and doubt, perhaps even a seed of hopelessness. You fail to notice, until days, months, or years later, that invasive weeds have choked the roses. And still, it was your own hand that placed those seeds into the ground. This is how imagination, misdirected, becomes counterproductive. Not a moral failing or inherent defect, simply a lapse of conscious remembrance. Imagination functions ceaselessly. It neither slumbers nor judges nor interrogates. Like receptive earth, it accepts any seed placed into it, whether it will yield nourishment or nettles. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Fear is inverted faith. It is faith in evil instead of good." Each episode of worry is a rehearsal for a performance we do not actually wish to enact. Each bout of fear is an infusion of energy into a mental picture we would not deliberately select. Whenever we rerun old hurts, we are reseeding them into the fertile ground of who we are becoming. When imagination is misapplied, it reliably converts into needless suffering. We seldom perceive that many of our heaviest pains originated not in external incidents, but in prolonged inner run-throughs that primed those experiences. We persuade ourselves that we are only being realistic. We claim, "I'm merely preparing for the worst-case scenario." We adopt the belief, "If I pre-think the disaster, perhaps I can prevent it." Yet mental law does not halt to examine your motives. It responds to felt frequency, not to rational explanations. When your inner imagery fixates on loss, you stamp the pattern of loss into the subconscious. When you picture betrayal, you begin resonating at the wavelength that corresponds to betrayal. When you visualize rejection, you start transmitting the very signal that tends to attract it. None of this is offered as condemnation. It is an invitation to awaken responsibility and choice. Allow me to share a brief illustrative story. A woman, Clara, sought Florence Scovel Shinn in distress. She had repeatedly visualized losing her position. Praise triggered visions of dismissal. A calm week seemed ominous. She pictured the summons to the office and heard the words, "We have to let you go." And accordingly, that very outcome eventually occurred. Yet Florence, with characteristic wisdom, did not rebuke her. She simply said, "You created it. Now, uncreate it." Clara then chose a new inner film. She envisioned arriving at work poised and secure. She pictured her supervisor smiling. She heard affirming words. She declared, "Every door opens in divine right order. What is mine cannot be taken from me." Before long, a new role appeared. Superior, more luminous, and finely aligned with her good. What had been misused imagination transformed into a gateway to disciplined practice, deliberate creation, and conscious participation in life. Each of us has known our own Clara season. How often have you run the catastrophe reel in your mental theater? The film titled, "What If They Leave?" The reel named, "What If I Fail?" The screening of, "What If Everything Collapses?" You recognize those scenes intimately. They are all too familiar. And the more frequently you screen them inside, the more readily they begin to script your outer behavior. This is not fate foretelling. It is your participation energizing the possibility. You are not cursed or doomed. You are a creative agent. At any moment you retain the authority to select a different movie. Close your eyes briefly and take a slow, grounding breath. Which specific film has dominated your inner screen over the past week? Which interior scenes have you practiced? Maybe more often than you care to confess. More crucially, what has this practice cost in energy, sleep, or opportunity? Perhaps it has produced restless nights, tension across your chest, or lost openings fueled by hesitation and anxiety. However, you retain the power to halt the reel immediately. You can reclaim the director's seat and assert authorship. You can break the pattern, not merely through brute will, but by composing a new inner image. Because fear is not an ultimate truth. It is an adopted option that can be exchanged. The identical imaginative capacity that projects calamity can project delight. The same mind that pictured rejection can witness welcome. The same spirit that practiced scarcity can now orchestrate a symphony of plenty. You are not defective or beyond repair. You are in a state of unfolding growth and flowering. Yet your inner garden requires attentive, consistent care. You would never irrigate weeds expecting roses, nor administer poison while anticipating health. By the same logic, why nourish fear while hoping for serenity? Florence said, "If one asks for success and prepares for failure, he will get the situation he has prepared for." Therefore, question yourself candidly. For what outcome have I actually been preparing internally? Have I been quietly setting the stage for disappointment? Have I been rehearsing for heartbreak without noticing? Have I been bracing for ongoing struggle as my baseline expectation? And if that is true, am I willing, beginning now, to prepare for a different and better outcome? Could I intentionally prepare myself for joy? Can I practice scenes saturated with light and goodness? Am I willing to picture what I have not yet found the courage to believe possible? Imagination is not moralized as gentle or harsh. It is compliant and faithful. It does not argue with you. It simply accepts and executes impressions. Therefore, issue it new directives. Adopt and utter new, aligned language. Cultivate fresh emotional tones consistent with your chosen vision. Visualize alternative outcomes that match your desired reality. Do not postpone action until proof appears. Generate the evidence by inner causation and aligned steps. Do not delay for external conditions to adjust. Become the inner image that magnetizes those revised conditions to you. Let's affirm collectively, in one accord. I no longer use my imagination for fear. I now plant visions of peace, joy, and divine fulfillment. Every thought is a seed. I plant only what I desire to grow. Speak these aloud if possible, or whisper them as a solemn vow. Let their resonance move through you like spring's first breeze after a prolonged winter. You are not designed to endure suffering because of imagination. You are meant to rise, expand, and uplift using that same faculty. Your purpose is not to worry a future into existence. It is to wonder and envision it into a state of beauty. Therefore, I pose this question to you. Which fear have you been practicing beneath awareness? Take a quiet pause here. Identify it precisely and call it by name. And then choose to release it, gently but decisively. Declare, I release it, as a first intentional step toward revising your narrative. Because your life story is not fixed or immutable. It is authored in spirit, fluid, responsive, and revisable. And Spirit's message remains, behold, I make all things new. Within you lives a quiet recorder, a scribe that never misses a line. It never speaks aloud, yet its memory encompasses all you impress upon it. It does not require rest. It labors continuously and faithfully. It does not interrogate your choices. It receives and produces, hour after hour, dream after dream, picture after picture. This faculty is the subconscious mind. Its companion, the sacred instructor feeding it directives, is imagination. We tend to believe imagination is a switch we flip, a faucet we open, a childish pastime we can start or stop. Yet the reality is both more sacred and considerably more consequential. The imaginative faculty operates continuously, always on. You are perpetually in the act of imagining some outcome, scene, or state. The only variable is whether you do it intentionally or allow it to run by habitual default. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "The subconscious is simply power, without direction. It is like steam or electricity, and it does what it is directed to do." Therefore ask, who in truth is issuing the directives? Throughout your waking hours, and even through portions of sleep, you are supplying the sacred engine with pictures, feelings, and convictions. The subconscious does not process syntax like the rational mind. It responds to vibration, to feeling tone, to imagery, to strong impressions. Whatever it takes in, it promptly sets into formative motion. Neville Goddard articulated it in these terms. The subconscious transcends reason and is independent of induction. It contemplates a feeling as a fact existing within itself, and on this assumption proceeds to give expression to it. Put differently, what you repeatedly sustain in feeling gradually takes on concrete reality. What you picture with vividness moves toward visibility. What you linger on with emotion eventually incarnates as lived experience. And here is the startling part. You are doing this continuously, often without noticing. Each muted sigh, each private fear, every fleeting image that flickers while you make coffee, while you scroll, while you nod towards sleep, serves as an instruction to the subconscious. The subconscious is not malicious or random. It is inherently creative and orderly in execution. It remains steadfastly loyal to whatever inner vision you repeatedly present. Therefore, inquire of yourself right now, what have I been mentally projecting beneath the threshold of awareness? Let's examine a commonplace day to see how this works. Upon waking, with vision still hazy, your first thought declares, "I'm already behind schedule." That statement constitutes a vision, an inner picture with emotional charge. Your subconscious registers it as factual instruction. You check messages, observe someone's achievement, and suddenly feel diminished. That feeling becomes a vibrational state. The subconscious accepts that state as your prevailing frequency and begins to act accordingly. As you dress, you imagine the meeting derailing, your partner departing, or the bills outpacing resources. Each of these is a mental film, and your subconscious is the most attentive, responsive audience imaginable. It does not analyze your claims, it accepts them. It does not postpone action, it begins implementing immediately. Thus, even when you think you are not visualizing, you actually are. Even when you are not formally affirming, your thoughts and feelings function as affirmations. Even absent explicit prayer, you are still projecting inner content outward. Hence Florence named it spiritual law. Neither preference nor opinion, but binding principle. And the governing statement is this: imagination operates incessantly. The subconscious remains ever active and unsleeping. It is analogous to a film reel that turns without stopping. Your thoughts provide the frames and pictures. Your emotions supply the score and tempo. Your assumptions constitute the plot arc and narrative structure. And your lived reality is the screen upon which it all appears. Therefore, what feature has been running on your internal projector? Pause at this juncture. Take a slow, deep breath to center yourself. Ask softly, which film have I been looping again and again? Is the feature animated by fear or by faith? Is it a story rooted in love or in scarcity? Does it depict empowerment and agency or avoidance and contraction? Be candid, not to self-criticize, but to awaken clarity and choice. Because the instant you recognize what's playing, you are free to switch reels. You can declare, "No more of this." You can affirm, "I select a different storyline." You can state, "From now on, I imagine in alignment with truth and goodness." Keep in mind, the subconscious lacks volition, yet you possess the power of choice. Your conscious awareness serves as the gardener in charge. The subconscious provides the fertile soil that grows whatever is planted. You plant, whether deliberately or by habit, and the soil dutifully cultivates exactly that seed. Therefore, treat the act of planting as sacred and intentional. Address yourself with the tone and content you want life to echo back to you. Construct inner scenes that validate and strengthen your inherent power and worth. Enter into your desires as if they have already blossomed into full reality, letting yourself experience them as present and alive right now. Practice this regularly, every single day, not through force or tension, but with steady, reverent dedication and heartfelt commitment. Allow this practice to evolve into your holy cadence, a consecrated routine that sets the tempo of your inner life. Florence taught, "Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for, when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight." This captures the core of partnering with your subconscious mind, the distilled essence of how it is meant to be engaged. You do not postpone action until evidence appears. Instead, you provide a vivid picture, embody its reality and feeling, and then the governing law proceeds to operate and reveal outcomes. Let us engage in a shared exercise together in this moment. Either gently close your eyes, or relax your focus into a softened gaze. Take a calm, deliberate breath. Let the air move in and out easily. Now, bring to mind a doorway, clear and inviting in your inner sight. Picture a radiant door, golden and graceful, shimmering with quiet beauty. It emits a gentle glow, and you instinctively sense it opens into a consecrated, holy place. You approach the door, rest your hand upon the knob, and a deep, soothing peace settles over you. You turn the knob, open the door, and discover your life revealed beyond the threshold. It appears not as it has previously been, but as it has the potential to be, as it already exists within divine imagination. Observe yourself laughing freely, joyfully, with genuine ease. Watch yourself actively creating, bringing visions into form with inspired action. Notice yourself receiving graciously, the good you desire flowing toward you and being accepted. Let the joy rise and swell, allow it to flood your chest and radiate through your whole being. Resist the urge to dissect or evaluate. Simply accept and welcome the experience as it is. For right now you are supplying your subconscious with a fresh, potent image to impress upon it. And your subconscious is listening attentively, absorbing the impression you provide. Let the following serve as your personal mantra and continual declaration. My imagination is sacred. I now feed my subconscious only the visions I wish to manifest. Even in silence, I am planting. Even in sleep, I am creating. I now create in faith. Now, the film I play becomes the life I live. I now choose joy. Whisper these lines gently. Let them hum through your being until they settle as your default inner stance and governing assumption. For it is this inner assumption that shapes your life. Not brute will, not cold logic, not relentless hustle. Assumption. The baseline inner stance you hold as already true. Whatever you assume, your subconscious receives as fact, and what it accepts, it proceeds to express outwardly in experience. Therefore, I pose the question to you once more. Stop and turn inward. What mental movie has been repeatedly looping in your mind over the past week? You occupy every role in this process. You are the directing intelligence, the screen of awareness, and the attentive audience. You are the sacred creator at work, creation moving through you in real time. And now the projector itself, your inner imaging power, is under your conscious guidance. There she sat, on a train headed to King's Cross, not yet crowned as a fantasy icon or a billionaire writer, but as a largely unseen woman, a single mother, a dream seeming to drain away like sand through open hands. No celebration, no cheers, only the steady chugging of the train, and a vision speaking softly within her soul. In that interval, poised between uncertainty and arrival, imagination made its quiet entrance. It did not appear as thunder or treasure. It came as a quiet boy with round spectacles and a lightning bolt scar. A whole world, a castle, a narrative not yet birthed into public view, yet already vividly alive within her. J.K. Rowling's journey did not commence with certainty or outward assurance. She began with a film running on the inner screen of her imagination. She lacked a publisher, lacked recognition, and lacked the funds to warm every room in her flat. Yet she possessed a vision, a world so vivid in her imagination, it seemed etched upon the inner surface of her eyelids. This illustrates the force contained in inner cinema, the films we project within. This is sacred imagination in operation, quietly but powerfully shaping outcomes. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "If you do not run your subconscious mind yourself, someone else will run it for you." Even so, J.K. Rowling repeatedly chose to govern her own subconscious with a sustained, guiding vision. Though her environment proclaimed poverty, her inner sight perceived grand castles and enchanted places. Her finances murmured scarcity, yet her soul practiced scenes filled with magic and wonder. Her prior history hinted at disappointment, but her spirit projected victory and fulfillment. And the images she held, again and again, with fervor and clarity, eventually crystallized into the life she came to live. That outcome is not mere fantasy, it is the operation of law, dependable and exact. Imagination is not peripheral, it is the entire theater, the platform, the illumination, the screenplay, the performers, the curtains rise and fall, and even the ovation. And although unknown in those early years, J.K. Rowling directed her inner film diligently, day after day, without fail. There were seasons when no external observer believed in the vision at all. Rejections accumulated. 12 publishing houses declined her manuscript. Yet, inwardly, her subconscious had accepted the vision and already agreed. Yes. Because in her daily stillness, she visited Hogwarts, felt the textured stones of Diagon Alley, and envisioned the friendship among Harry, Ron, and Hermione. She inhabited it inwardly, until external life was compelled to mirror it. This is imagination, translated into tangible reality, made flesh in the world. Not stage magic, but something better, lawful and profoundly reliable. In her 2008 Harvard commencement address, Rowling disclosed the depth of her insight. She said, "We do not need magic to change the world. We carry all the power we need inside ourselves already. We have the power to imagine better. Allow that truth to take up residence within you at this very moment. We possess the innate capacity to envision better possibilities and higher outcomes. Brighter days, days of uplift and improvement. More harmonious, loving, and mutually nourishing relationships. Richer, more empowering life narratives that honor your purpose. And ultimately, fuller, better lives that reflect our deepest good. You require no enchanted wand, no rescuer, no external authorization. You need only what she possessed: a quiet inner space, a tenacious mental image, and a consecrated inward yes." Rowling pictured Hogwarts with such clarity that she could traverse its corridors long before they existed outwardly. And now, the world traverses them alongside her. This capacity is not hers exclusively. It belongs to all who bear the divine image and creative imprint. Florence taught, "The imagination has been called the scissors of the mind, and it is ever cutting day by day the pictures man sees there, and sooner or later he meets his own creations in his outer world." What images are you trimming and shaping with those inner scissors right now? Which scenes are screening behind your closed eyes when you are alone and unobserved? Which envisioned worlds have you left behind, simply because they did not blossom quickly enough for your preference? A planted seed does not transform into a flower within a single hour. Growth takes time. Yet it does indeed grow, steadily, faithfully, inevitably. It rises and develops, reaching upward as conditions align. And it fulfills its nature when consistently nourished and watered by vision. So consider the following inner picture. You are traveling on your own metaphorical train. Life advances, perhaps slowly and with uncertainty. Beyond the window lies your present reality, familiar and unaltered. But within you, something begins to stir and awaken. An image takes shape, clearer with every breath. A dream gathers, the felt outline of what longs to be. A gentle film starts to run. You witness yourself standing firmly in your power. You hear your voice sounding with boldness. You picture the life not yet lived outwardly, but carried faithfully inside. Remain with that scene. Do not hurry back to rational analysis or premature doubt. Allow the movie to keep playing. Let the inner music swell. Let the sequence reveal itself fully and naturally. Because all great creations originate as soul cinema, inner films projected before they materialize. Every destiny is seeded first as a dream, an inner vision that precedes form. The world may not yet recognize your name, but your subconscious does. And if you continually feed it truth, beauty, and vision, it is compelled to respond in action. Because the governing principle is as follows. What you vividly imagine, charged with feeling and reinforced by repetition, consolidates into lived experience and concrete reality. You are not here merely to observe events unfold. You are here to envision reality so vividly that it takes on shape and substance through your imagining. J.K. Rowling's results were not the product of luck. They emerged because she remained faithfully devoted to the inner picture she held. She persisted even in pain, in seasons of setback, and during stretches of loneliness, maintaining unwavering loyalty to the vision. Therefore, I ask you now, gently yet resolutely, with sincere honesty, has there been a dream you abandoned prematurely before it had the chance to mature? A manuscript never put to page? A relationship left unventured or untested? A true voice quieted by apprehension or self-doubt? A life chapter that nearly started, but stalled before the first line? Take a slow breath in and out to steady yourself. Allow yourself to register the ache and acknowledge what it means to you. And now, in this present moment, call that dream back. Reclaim what you set down. Do so not through strain or brute force, but through clear, living vision. Start the inner movie again. Let it roll across the screen of your soul with renewed clarity. Brush away the dust. Refresh the film you once shelved. Wipe the lens clear so the image becomes sharp and luminous. Take your seat within the holy theater of your inward life, and allow that vision to rise and ascend once more within you. For if Rowling could conceive a world that transformed global culture while riding a cold train with an empty stomach and a full heart, then you can too. Let's declare together, now and continually, I hold the power to imagine better. The movie in my mind becomes the life I live. I claim the dream. I return to my vision. Speak these words aloud with intention, or whisper them softly, like a vow only you in spirit can hear. Put them in writing to anchor them in your daily consciousness. Declare them boldly so they become your guiding proclamation. Because your time has not passed, it is still open and available to you. The inner projector remains active, ready to play the film you choose. The script of your life is still being written, scene by scene. And the one in the director's chair, authorizing every shot, is still you. If you are ready to begin again, declare it by saying, I return to my vision, as your conscious signal to yourself. Let that declaration serve as your holy, wholehearted yes. It becomes a sacred signal to your subconscious. I am choosing anew, starting now. The divine seed of imagination has been set within the soil of your inner life. And now, in due course, it will blossom and unfold. Let us start, not merely in intellect, but with the emotional current flowing at the very core of your being. Imagination without accompaniment is like a pencil outline left unfinished on an unseen canvas. Emotion, your holy inner flame, provides the color, the energy, and the lift that carries the image from invisibility into tangible appearance. Emotion functions like electrical current. Imagination serves as the conductor, the wire, and together they illuminate your world with living light. This is the timeless secret, the underlying code beneath miracles and the principle supporting answered prayer. The word may indeed be your wand, as Florence taught, yet it is fervent, focused, embodied feeling that electrifies that wand with divine charge. To imagine without feeling is to mix pigments but never place the brush upon the canvas. No mark is left, no pattern impressed upon the subconscious. The image drifts weightlessly, lacking magnetism and lacking a path to manifestation. But when feeling saturates the vision, when tears well for a home not yet erected, when you laugh with a partner not yet met, when you inhale the scent of freedom not yet lived, then creation truly begins. At that point, You are no longer merely wishing or hoping. You are constructing reality from within, shaping outward form through inner cause. Therefore, I ask, what precise emotional tone resonates with your deepest intention? What feeling best matches its fulfilled state? Let us enter more deeply through a story. Picture a woman named Clara. Each morning she rises early, sips coffee on the porch, and imagines abundance. Checks arriving, clients reaching out, opportunities appearing. Yet her heart remains flat, her feeling is muted. She gazes over the yard numb and unconvinced, rehearsing a scene she does not yet feel to be true. Now consider another woman, Sienna. She awakens and viscerally feels herself entering her new office. She glides her hand along a desk not yet purchased and speaks openly to clients not yet met. Her voice is vibrant, her heart accelerates. Her excitement is so real, she blushes even alone. The subconscious is observing. Spirit is observing. The gateways of manifestation swing open. Both Clara and Sienna employ imagination, but only one supplies the emotional current. Which one do you suppose receives the matching good? Your emotional register communicates reality to the subconscious and signals completion to infinite spirit. The more profound the feeling, the more powerful the image. The stronger the emotion, the clearer and more executable the instruction. The picture should be vivid, certainly, but only when felt deeply does it bear fruit. Florence said, "The subconscious has no sense of humor, and people often joke themselves into unhappy experiences." Why does this occur? Because even in joking, feeling is evoked, and spirit responds not to your stated intent, but to your prevailing vibrational tone. Thus, repeated sadness tends to harden into ongoing suffering. Rehearsed anger often invites destructive outcomes. Conversely, when joy is rehearsed, miracles find a pathway into form. Pause here with me. Draw a gentle, grounding breath. Close your eyes and picture your desire in full dimension. Not only the visuals, but the fragrances, the sounds, and its unique emotional fingerprint. Do you feel safe? Delighted? Grateful? Let joy arrive before the form. Let gratitude come before the gift. Let love blossom prior to its visible source. Affirm the following now, with sincerity and felt conviction. I feel it. I live it. It is done. Again, I feel it. I live it. It is done. Once more, with a stronger inner voice. I feel it. I live it. It is done. Allow these statements to become an internal current, energizing each dormant scene, awakening every quiet vision, and enlivening even the faintest prayer. Recall the light analogy. A wire without current is mere capacity. Introduce electricity, and the space becomes luminous. Your dream is similar. It awaits your feeling, your inner fire, to turn on the glow. The steadier your emotional charge, the quicker form arrives. Emotion is the wind filling imagination's sails. Without wind, your ship drifts in place. With it, you advance, swiftly, beautifully, and with inevitability, toward your highest good. Now, translate this into practice. The next time you visualize, ask, "Am I truly feeling this scene as real?" If the answer is no, pause and enrich the scene. Invite aroma and sound. Weave in laughter's music. Suffuse it with gratitude's warmth. Handle the image until your body begins to accept it as reality. Continue until your chest lifts, your eyes moisten, and spirit registers your clear, resonant yes. Remember, this is not idle daydreaming. It is the deliberate engineering of reality from within. You are not simply drifting in fantasy. You are drafting a divine blueprint for life to follow. And that sacred blueprint demands genuine feeling, deep, rich, fully embodied emotion. One final story. A man confessed to Florence, "I cannot imagine success. It feels too distant." She answered, "Then imagine joy. Imagine light. Imagine relief. Let success arrive borne on the wings of those aligned feelings. Even if the precise feeling of the end scene is elusive, you can select a neighboring emotion that resonates with your good. Begin there, and let feeling lead you forward step by step. The law does not require flawless execution. It asks for your ongoing, sincere participation. The universe is not awaiting proof from you. It is responding to your vibrational offering. Soak your imagining in felt experience. Saturate your vision with sensation. Understand that each emotion-charged image becomes magnetic, drawing the corresponding reality toward you. Unseen support aligns, people are nudged, circumstances rearrange, and what once seemed distant draws astonishingly near. Therefore, dear soul, I pose this question to you. Which specific feeling are you most prepared to bind to your vision right now? Name it openly as a claim upon your reality. I feel it. I live it. It is done. Inside you exists a consecrated theater, a private inner stage where your deepest visions rehearse before they take physical form. This space is not made of masonry or trimmed with velvet chairs. It is assembled from imagination, guided by faith, and illuminated by the very emotion we just stirred. It is the soul's auditorium, the place where you run dress rehearsals for reality before it debuts in public life. Attend closely. The universe answers the identity you embody, not the desires you merely articulate. When you declare, "I wish I were wealthy," spirit registers the signal of scarcity. But if you conduct yourself as already prosperous, speaking, moving, and inhabiting that resonance, spirit perceives alignment. Law is not compelled by longing. It responds to congruent embodiment. Neville Goddard named this posture, living in the end. And Florence Scovel Shinn practiced it with every spoken decree. I do not limit God by seeing limitation, she wrote. I see only abundance. Acting as if is not counterfeit performance. It is an act of faith. It is spiritual role play, not frivolous make-believe, but reverent rehearsal. You are not pretending. You are coding the subconscious. You are not telling untruths. You are bringing yourself into alignment. Allow me to illustrate how this principle operates in lived terms. Picture a man named Elias. By conventional standards, he is financially broke. Yet each morning he dresses in his best attire, goes to a neighborhood cafe, buys a single coffee, and tips as though abundance were his norm. He consecrates every dollar as a seed, affirming, I sow this in faith. My harvest is certain. He carries himself upright, offers strangers warm generosity, and in solitude envisions bank wires humming with incoming funds, contracts executed, and doors swinging open. To a surface observer, Elias may appear merely upbeat or optimistically disposed. To his subconscious processing, however, Elias already registers as wealthy. To infinite spirit, Elias presents a clear alignment with the frequency of wealth. Consequently, wealth begins to arrive, drawn not by wishing, but by the identity he consistently embodies. You must inhabit the self that already possesses your desire, emotionally, spiritually, and even physically. Use that self's voice, adopt that gait, and think in that inner dialect. When you assume that identity, you compress timelines and reduce the gap between you and your goal, not through pursuit, but through embodiment. Let us proceed further into the practice. Gently close your eyes and draw a steady breath inward. Envision a theater bathed in golden light. You wait behind the curtain, occupying the roles of both actor and director. On stage stands the fulfilled version of you, the one for whom the desire is already realized. Observe that version's stride. Listen to their timbre and cadence. Notice the energetic field around them. What clothing adorns them? In what manner do they carry themselves? What settled knowing do they possess that you are only beginning to acquire? Now move from backstage to center stage. Step into that self, inhabit their body, fully accept the role as yours. Let your breath match theirs. Let your movements mirror theirs. Let your felt sense of the world align with their perspective. And now, in a quiet, resolute voice, say to yourself, I am the one who has it. I live in the end. Is already mine. You might encounter inner resistance. That is the former self grasping for the familiar. Persist nonetheless. Rehearse once more. Train your body to acclimate to this vibration. When this state begins to feel natural, outer reality is compelled to conform. This process is not self-deception. It is a conscious, sovereign decision. The subconscious remains perpetually receptive. It does not act on mere wants. It organizes around deeply held expectations. Expectation takes shape via repeated exposure, emotional practice, and consistent embodiment of the end state. This explains why the law appears to favor believers. They anticipate favorable outcomes because they have rehearsed them. They occupy the finale so consistently that early stage appearances no longer unsettle them. It is done. It is done. It is done. En serio. Now allow me to share an illustrative account. A woman named Alia longed for love. For years she told herself, once I meet someone, I'll soften, I'll trust again, joy will return. Florence, however, would counsel, start with the feeling. You are the magnet that draws the form. Alia inverted her approach. She purchased a second pillow, smiled privately when unobserved, laid 2 settings at dinner, and spoke tenderly to her as yet unseen beloved. She moved out of lack into possession, choosing to live in the state of having. Within weeks, external circumstances reconfigured. A meaningful conversation, then a connection, then an encounter. The divine did not stall. It responded directly to her embodied stance. So what truly shifted? Not the world's nature, but Alia's casting choice in her interior theater. She assumed a new role. Therefore I ask you, which role have you chosen to play within your own inner production? Are you performing as the self who already possesses the good, or as the self who remains in mere hope and waiting? If you were certain your desire was assured, how would your stride look today? How would your self-talk sound? What attire would you choose? Whom would you release through forgiveness? This is the disciplined art of acting as if, a daily spiritual practice, not a gimmick. Treat it as sacred, giving it the reverence it deserves. Let it become a daily ritual, a steady and dependable rhythm. Allow it to crystallize into identity. Let it define who you are becoming. Take another breath with me. Recreate your scene once more, yet now, enter it completely and inhabit it from within. You are no longer standing beyond the glass pane, merely observing. You live inside the house. You are not a spectator on the shore. You are immersed in the sea. You are not brushing against the dream. You are settled within it. Join me in saying aloud, I walk as the one who has it. I think as the one who lives it. I am the one I once dreamed of becoming. And now, dear soul, here is your gentle but potent challenge. Practice this embodiment fully for a single day. Move, converse, and feel throughout that day as if your dream were accomplished fact. Afterwards, return and declare your experience. I lived it. For when you live the state inwardly, spirit orchestrates outer conditions, moving what must move to match it. One last insight. Acting as if does more than manifest outcomes. It sets you free. It releases you from the endless waiting room where hopes stagnate. It relocates you into the living room of abundance, where you actively dwell in your good. Each moment you embody your desired state, you authorize reality to organize itself in harmony with it. Therefore, beginning immediately, step out onto your inner stage and accept the role as yours. And anchor this knowing, It is done. It is done. It is done. A sculptor does not tap the marble a single time and anticipate a finished masterpiece emerging at once. They come back repeatedly, chisel-ready in vision, alive in the heart, devoted to the ongoing craft of refinement. They do not collapse into discouragement when the form is slow to appear, because they understand each return is a new unveiling, and every carefully placed strike is a consecrated affirmation of the form within. In the same way, you must relate to your imagination with this patient, reverent consistency. Manifestation is not a single image hurled into the cosmos like a coin lobbed into a wishing well. It is a practiced cadence, a sustained repetition, an aware and daily communion with the vision you hold. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Continual affirmation impresses the subconscious. Repetition is the key to manifestation." Why is this so? Because your mind does not flip like a light switch. It functions like a field that must be tended, seeded, and cultivated over time. With every act of imagining, you carve the groove a bit deeper. With each affirmation, you overwrite the neural script. You are not just hoping, you are sculpting. You are actively training your consciousness to maintain the outline of your desire until outer conditions align to match it. Let us render a mental picture to anchor this truth. Envision your mind as a vast, solid slab of marble. Initially, it is polished by habit, stiffened by fear, and stratified with many years of inherited and outdated beliefs. Your dream is the hidden figure inside the stone, awaiting liberation by your devoted hand. With every repeated visualization, each heartfelt emotional rehearsal, and every affirmation voiced with conviction, you bring the chisel down. You chip away whatever is not the true form. Doubt breaks off in shards. Limitation fractures, deterrence. And, little by little, the authentic figure emerges from the stone. This occurs not through a single request, but through your daily return, the faithful repetition that shapes the outcome. Therefore, we must design and commit to your holy pattern of repetition. Let us commence this practice now. Take hold of your desire, not in hazy generalities, but in sharp, luminous clarity. Regard it as a sculptor perceives the figure hidden within the block. Then craft a single scene, potent and emotionally saturated, that unmistakably represents its fulfillment. This becomes your master image, the core representation of your good. Now, begin to replay it deliberately. Run it again. Let it gain detail and weight. And once more, repeat until familiarity breeds certainty. View this scene at dawn, before the day asserts its demands. View it again at night, just before sleep opens the gateway of the subconscious for deep impression. And during the day, whenever your attention drifts, guide it back home to this image. You are the master sculptor returning to the stone. Each mental glance is a careful cut. Each felt emotion is a shaping stroke. With every repetition, the once formless begins to take definite form. Allow me to share a brief story to ground this practice. There lived a man, Thomas, who aimed to transform his finances. Each time he pictured abundance, it felt remote. His mind, like aged stone, resisted the new outline. Yet he returned, day after day. In morning and night sessions, he envisioned writing checks effortlessly, blessing invoices as already paid, and viewing his bank balance with calm steadiness. Initially, nothing changed outwardly, but inwardly, something fundamental began to shift. The image sharpened, his body softened into relaxation, and his spirit gradually accepted the scene as natural. Then, unexpectedly, a client arrived, followed by another. A debt was forgiven. Step by step, the complete contour of his vision emerged in visible relief. The result came not from pleading, but from disciplined training, consistent inner practice. You must condition your mind with the same rigor and finesse with which a sculptor trains the hand. Let this training rise to the level of devotion, loathing, intentional, steady. Let it also become firm discipline, a structured practice you honor daily, and let it ripen into joy, a practice you relish rather than endure. Remember, repetition is not tedium. It is a beautiful process, the method by which the soul grows capable of holding greater light. Let us enact this together now in real time. Gently close your eyes to center your awareness inward. Bring up your sacred scene, clear, vivid, and alive, before your inner eye. Step fully into the scene. Cross the threshold and inhabit it. Generate, sustain the feeling tone that proves it real to your body. Breathe as though you are living it now. Let each breath affirm completion. Allow every facet to focus. Textures, colors, sounds, and small gestures coming into crisp relief. Now speak these words aloud with quiet conviction. I return to my vision, daily and joyfully. I am faithful to my image. My mind holds the shape of my good. Sense the cadence of these statements. Allow them to mature into your everyday prayer and practice. Repetition is not the exertion of brute force. It is the simple fidelity of returning, again and again. You need not invent a new method every day. You need to renew devotion to the same scene, the same underlying truth, the same steady decree. In the material realm, repetition can appear sluggish. In spirit, repetition functions as acceleration, momentum building toward form. With every visualization, a layer of resistance is stripped away. With each affirmation, you pour a sturdier mold that holds your desire more firmly. Every return to your vision declares to the universe, this is my identity. This is my chosen reality. This is already mine in truth. And the universe responds consistently to sustained planting, not to random, scattered seeds. One final metaphor to anchor the teaching. Consider an athlete in training. They do not attempt a single repetition and then declare mastery complete. They drill the movement until it operates automatically, becoming second nature and part of their embodied identity. Likewise, you must repeat your chosen inner image until it becomes the default pattern of your thinking. Continue until the inner scene feels more authentic than the shifting facts in your environment. Continue until doubt feels strange and faith feels natural, customary, and at home. Continue until the fulfilled vibration is so integrated that it resides in your very bones. This is the sculptor's path applied to consciousness. This is the road to inner mastery, measured, devoted, assured. It is not swift or showy, but it is unfailingly certain. Now let us reaffirm together in one steady voice. I repeat the scene that serves me. I chisel my vision with love. I rehearse my reality until it arrives. Draw in a deep, centering breath and exhale slowly. Turn inward again and return to your master image. Cradle it gently like a sacred jewel of great value. Refine and polish it. Add meaningful detail. Layer it with rich emotion. Let this image become a dwelling place for your spirit, familiar, safe, and radiant. And then return to it tomorrow, and the next day after that, and again the following day, revisiting it with steady, rhythmic consistency. For repetition does not signify postponement. It constitutes demonstration in action, the proving of the principle through practice. And those who deliberately discipline and educate the mind are the very ones who shape and manifest their external world. Therefore, I ask you directly and intentionally, which precise inner picture will you practice and rehearse throughout this coming week? State it clearly here, and then return to it every day with care, devotion, and attention. Your masterpiece already exists within the marble of your mind, awaiting your faithful unveiling. Your vision stands ready, anticipating your devoted, repeated return to it. Carve the image, rehearse the scene, and fully embody the state as your lived identity. And anchor this knowing, it is done. It is done. It is done. Established inwardly, moving toward outward form. In every creative process, a pivotal moment arrives when mere yearning, must surrender to the governing law that brings things into form. It is the moment when the soul, stirred by desire, rises in authority and proclaims, "Let there be." This instant is the hour of decree, the shift from wanting to authoritatively declaring. Florence Scovel Shinn, with enduring insight, affirmed, "A man's word is his wand filled with magic and power." She was not referring to hazy hopes or mild wishes. She pointed to exact, deliberate inner speech, uttered with authority and reinforced by steadfast faith. Desire serves as the initial spark, but it is decree that ignites and sustains the full flame. Far too many people linger in the fog of wanting. "I hope I get the job. I wish love would find me. Maybe someday I'll be free." Yet, the creative law does not respond to maybe. It moves under the power of clarity and is commanded by unwavering certainty. Indefinite, fuzzy desires naturally produce blurry, indefinite outcomes. When you claim, "I want more money," the universe essentially replies, "Specify how much." When you murmur, "I hope to be happy," the subconscious asks, "Define happiness. What does that state look and feel like for you?" However, when you declare, "I earn $10,000 a month with ease and joy," the law has a clear directive to fulfill. When you affirm, "I wake in love and retire in peace," the blueprint becomes readable and executable. Clarity is a form of inner kindness to yourself, and specificity functions as explicit instruction to spirit and the subconscious. Allow me to demonstrate, step by step, how a decree functions in practice. Picture a sovereign, queen or king, standing before the court. They do not beg or over-explain, they issue declarations. Their word carries the force of law not due to loudness, but because of embodied identity and recognized authority. In exactly this way, you must speak not as a petitioner, but as an originator and creator. "I now receive unexpected income. Divine right love manifests now. My body is vibrant, whole, and free." These statements are not idle dreams. They are spiritual contracts, binding inner agreements you are entering into. Moreover, the greater the precision of your inner speech, the more swiftly your external world organizes itself to match it. Let us examine the essential structure, the anatomy, of a true decree. First characteristic. It is rendered in the present tense. Don't say, "I will have." Declare, "I now have." Spirit does not function in postponement. The law operates in the eternal now, and the subconscious responds to what is asserted as present, not to hypothetical futures. Second characteristic. It is framed positively. Do not say, "I am not sick." Assert, "I am healed." Do not say, "I don't struggle." Affirm, "I thrive with ease." The subconscious does not meaningfully register negation. It tunes to the dominant feeling tone. Therefore, decree what you desire, not what you fear or lack. Third characteristic. It is infused with genuine emotion, feeling that energizes the statement. Words devoid of feeling are hollow containers. Words saturated with faith, joy, and conviction are like spiritual arrows or missiles, piercing the unseen and summoning it into visibility and form. Allow me to offer an illustrative story to ground this teaching in lived experience. A woman, Harper, discovered this principle only after spending months repeating hazy, non-specific affirmations. She would say, "I just want to feel better," or "I need change." Yet very little shifted. It was as though her words evaporated into emptiness without imprinting reality. Then she encountered Florence's declaration, "There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore I cannot lose anything which belongs to me. It will be restored or I receive its equivalent." That very evening, she reformulated her statements into clear decrees. "I am now divinely guided to the perfect opportunity. I earn abundantly, easily, joyfully." She repeated these words at sunrise and before sleep, not as mindless chanting, but as a binding spiritual contract, spoken with authority and commitment. Within a single week, an old professional contact initiated a conversation. A fresh opportunity emerged. The position she believed gone returned, this time re-offered with increased compensation. Why did it change? Because she shifted from vague wanting to authoritative decree, clarity commanding form. Because her speech finally matched the language of spiritual law, precise, present, and confident. Therefore, let us craft your own decree right now, carefully and intentionally. Gently close your eyes to center awareness within. Sense your desire, not as distant yearning, but as something owned and embraced as present reality. Now, give it voice with deliberate authority. I now receive, no. Or, alternatively, it is now done that, Complete the sentence with precise detail. State the exact amount, articulate the felt quality, and fully claim the state as yours now. Then repeat it consistently each day, with crystalline clarity and calm authority. Allow this decree to function as your inner compass, directing your energy, organizing your thinking, and shaping the vibrational field you carry. Join me in affirming the following statements aloud. My word is my wand. My decree is done in spirit. I speak with power, and the law obeys. Can you sense the inner shift in posture and presence? Understand, this is not egotism or arrogance. It is the embodiment of spiritual identity and authority. You are no longer merely hoping. You are harmonizing your inner stance with the law's operation. You are not forcing outcomes. You are positioning yourself in alignment so outcomes can arrive. Remember, spiritual law does not react to how loudly you speak, but to the vibrational quality you sustain. Therefore, keep refining your decree, word choice, tense, feeling, until it resonates like a clear, ringing note. Record it in writing to stabilize and anchor the pattern. Speak it audibly to impress the subconscious through sound and rhythm. Whisper it gently to your reflection, integrating it into your self-concept. Inscribe it upon the inner temple of your awareness. Remember it constantly. And whenever doubt appears, return to your decree, not anxiously, but with a sense of calm finality and renewed certainty. Affirm once more, it is done. It is done. It is done. Complete in spirit, unfolding in form. Before we conclude this section, consider one additional story as confirmation. A man, Julian, had desired for years to relocate overseas. His affirmations, however, were misted with uncertainty. Maybe someday, if it's meant to be. The moment he finally stated, I now receive the perfect opportunity to live and thrive in my dream country, the trajectory shifted. He inscribed that decree on paper every day, cementing it through repetition. He rehearsed the scene each night, seeing and feeling it as present reality. He behaved as though the outcome was already secured, aligning choices and mood with the fulfilled state. Within 2 short months, an offer surfaced, surprising in timing yet perfectly aligned with his vision's specifics. His clear decree summoned the missing details, organizing conditions to meet the specification. Thus, when your inner language is precise and unwavering, external reality tends to arrange itself in accordance with that clarity. Therefore, beloved soul, here is your next step. Transform your desire into a firm, present-tense decree. Share your own version of the following. This or something better now manifests for me. Speak it aloud with conviction and steadiness. Write it down where you will see it often. Live in alignment with it. Choose actions and attitudes that match. And hold this knowing, your spoken word functions as law. Your speech is sacred. Your decree is accomplished in spirit and proceeding into form. Let us conclude this chapter by addressing a crucial, yet frequently neglected, pillar of manifestation: the mental environment you cultivate, your imagination. This potent, divinely endowed capacity is less like a fortified castle and more like a garden. As with any garden, it is sensitive. It thrives under mindful cultivation and withers under careless traffic and influence. Therefore, the inputs you allow into your mind matter profoundly. The conversations you permit and engage in, the media and information you repeatedly consume, the people you allow to occupy your energetic and emotional space. Each influence functions as either a nourishing seed or a choking weed. Florence Scovel Shinn spoke plainly about this, warning her students. If one makes his demands aright and keeps his vision, he will surely make his demonstration. Yet how can you maintain a clear inner picture if your mind is continually clouded by noise and negativity? How can imagination soar if it is fed a steady diet of fear, gossip, complaint, and mental static? You must therefore protect the soil of your mind with intentional boundaries, because even the strongest affirmation can be strangled if weeds are allowed to overrun the garden. Let us then approach this work as gardeners, attentive and gentle, yet willing to remove anything that does not belong. First topic: the pervasive noise of modern life. Contemporary living is loud. You wake to a chorus of pings, scroll through alarming headlines, hear worry-laden talk, and are flooded with images and narratives of scarcity, comparison, and grievance. Every input carries a subtle frequency. That frequency becomes influence, and influence, repeated, becomes the prevailing climate of your inner world. Notice how 5 minutes of grim news can tense your shoulders, and a cynical chat can sink your mood. That pattern is not random. It is emotional contagion at work. The subconscious does not reliably distinguish between imagined scenes and lived events. It absorbs whatever is frequent, vivid, and emotionally charged, regardless of whether you label it real. Thus, when you soak in anxious conversation, the subconscious concludes the world is unsafe. When you marinate in stories of lack, it infers that abundance is rare. Your affirmations, then, must compete against a torrent of contradictory impressions. Do not let this recognition discourage you or prompt resignation. Let it empower you to curate your inputs with new wisdom. You are the steward of your mental garden, the gatekeeper who decides what enters and what is permitted to take root and grow. Let us come back to the garden metaphor to clarify this principle further. Picture a gorgeous enclosed garden, your private inner sanctuary. Within it, thrive the images you have carefully shaped, the emotions you have energized, and the visions you have intentionally planted. It is abundant, vibrant, and sacred. Now, imagine that the gate has been left standing wide open. Uninvited influences wander in. They toss refuse, tear up your flowers by the roots, and even deface the murals of your cherished visions. This is precisely what occurs when you fail to guard the entrance to your mind. Your cultivated inner space is disrupted. However, when you practice vigilant care, grounded in love rather than fear, you start to recognize, this show stirs fear. I can skip it. This friend only speaks of failure. I can take space. This headline makes me feel helpless. I can choose peace instead. You are not running from life. You are intentionally curating the climate of your inner world. Because the mind, like fertile earth, cannot nourish a rose and a thorn thicket in the same spot. One inevitably overtakes and chokes the other. Let me share an illustrative story to ground this in experience. A man named Micah embarked on his manifestation path with zeal. He visualized every day, affirmed with enthusiasm, and spoke with confident authority. Yet outwardly, little shifted at first. Why was this happening? His daybreaks began with catastrophic headlines. His workplace culture revolved around complaint. His evenings were saturated with entertainment, steeped in fear, aggression, and turmoil. In short, the soil of his mind had been contaminated. Then Mika made a firm vow: no more passive intake. He initiated each morning in silence, filled his ears with Florence's affirmations, established loving boundaries with negative voices, and day by day, his vision sank deeper roots. Within a few months, momentum built, a raise arrived, a strained relationship mended, and new clarity emerged. This improvement did not occur because his desire altered. It happened because the environment he maintained around his desire transformed. We frequently speak of imagination as a muscle to strengthen, yet it is equally a seed that must be nurtured. And every seed requires a supportive atmosphere: quiet, light, nourishment, and protective care. Therefore, I ask you plainly now, what exactly are you feeding into your imagination each day? Are you watering your dream with supportive inputs? Or are you drowning it beneath waves of doubt and pessimism? Are you providing light and warmth? Or overshadowing it with fear-filled narratives? The beautiful and empowering truth is this: you get to choose what you allow and what you decline. Here are concrete practices to begin guarding the gateways of your mind. Morning sovereignty. Start your day either in nourishing silence or accompanied by sacred sound. Before touching your phone, reconnect with your vision. Affirm it and feel it. Let your earliest words be clear declarations rather than reactive distractions. Media detox. Reduce or remove exposure to toxic news cycles, fear-driven programming, or any intake that contradicts your chosen vibration. This is not naivete. It is responsible stewardship of the reality you are crafting. Protect your conversations. Speak words that build life. And where possible, surround yourself with voices that do likewise. If such company isn't available, choose sacred silence. Recall that not every voice warrants access to your tended garden. Nighttime programming. Because the subconscious is most receptive just before sleep, do not feed it mental junk. Offer it your vision, Florence's affirmations, and sincere gratitude. Then let it descend into sleep wrapped in faith. Let us seal these practices with aligned affirmations. I protect the soil of my mind. I allow only what nourishes my vision. I guard my gates with love and wisdom. Once more, repeat with feeling. I protect the soil of my mind. I allow only what nourishes my vision. I guard my gates with love and wisdom. Allow these declarations to function as a protective shield around your inner environment. As you hold these boundaries, your imagination will flourish with fresh strength. Your inner scenes will gain depth. Your emotions will stabilize. And results will begin to arrive more readily. Because now your vision no longer struggles against mixed signals. It is supported by a whole ecosystem arranged in faith and alignment. Florence said, "Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for, when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight." Guarding your mental environment is a vital component of that very preparation. You are doing more than imagining your dream. You are constructing the conditions, the welcoming world, into which it can arrive and thrive. Therefore, I invite you to make a sacred, intentional declaration. What inputs will you choose to stop feeding into your imagination beginning today? Declare your commitment with the words, I protect my garden. Speak it aloud so your body and subconscious can register it. Repeat it frequently until it becomes second nature. And trust that within this cultivated quiet, your seeds are taking root and growing. Within this protective field, your power compounds and multiplies. And within this sacred inner garden, your personal heaven on earth begins to take form. It is done. It is done. It is done, complete in essence, unfolding now in expression. In the gentle stillness of early morning, before the day lays its weight upon you, there opens a window, a sacred threshold between sleep and waking, where the veil is thin and the divine voice is clearest. This is the precise space where the holy work of visioning begins, where your new reality first takes breath. Each day arrives as an unwritten scroll upon which you may inscribe your word. And what you inscribe in consciousness, infused with faith and feeling, you will ultimately walk out as tangible form. Let us begin with the morning ritual, the sacred daily practice of creative visioning. This is not mere routine. It is ceremony, an act of spiritual authorship. Each step is purposeful. Every breath functions as prayer. Each spoken word wields the power of a wand. Step 1. Awakening in gratitude. Your conscious entrance into the day. Before reaching for your phone, before remembering tasks, emails, and appointments, pause. Close your eyes. Place one hand over your heart and the other upon your solar plexus. Sense the miracle of breath moving, the rhythm of your heartbeat, the gift of simply being. Speak aloud or silently within this anchoring line. I awaken the divine. I remember who I am. I am a child of the infinite, and this day is holy. Let this uncomplicated statement serve as your anchor and sacred starting point. Repeat it softly 3 times, letting the words rise and settle with your breathing. Step 2. The word of the day, an intentional theme to carry you. Next, select and declare your word for the day. A single, potent, present tense word. Choose intentionally: peace, abundance, radiance, expansion, flow, and speak it aloud. My word for this day is, it surrounds me, it becomes me, it goes before me and prepares the way. Envision this word enveloping you like a field of light. Watch it move ahead of you into meetings, conversations, travels, work, and play. This is not make-believe. This is demonstration in action. Step 3. Script the day ahead. Author your day in advance through intentional language. Now, open your journal. Treat it not as a mere diary, but as your architectural blueprint. Begin composing your day in the past tense, as though it has already unfolded flawlessly in divine order and alignment. Today was filled with grace. My meeting with Sarah was a breakthrough, joyful, clear, and aligned. Money came in unexpected ways. I laughed. I felt light. My body was energized. I followed the flow. Do not write for literal accuracy. Write to establish alignment. Capture not the probable, but what resonates as true within your highest vision of self. You are not forecasting events. You are authoring them in consciousness. Step 4. Feel it real. Translate words into felt, embodied reality. Now, close your eyes and visualize the script. See Sarah's smile clearly. Hear the ping that signals incoming funds. Feel sunlight warming your skin during a walk. Hear your own laughter. Sense the effortless ease. Immerse yourself in the vibrational frequency of what you wrote. Florence Scovel Shinn taught, impress the subconscious with a picture of success and it will objectify. This practice is the method, planting seeds of your spoken word into the receptive soil of the subconscious mind. Remain within this scene for roughly 5 minutes. Breathe deliberately. Sustain the images until they shift from imagined to natural, until they register as familiar, like a memory already lived. Then seal the practice with the following declaration. It is done. It is sealed. My word does not return void. Step 5. Release and walk. Let go and live as the fulfilled version now. Do not cling, chase, or second guess. Get up and move through your day with the grounded knowing that it is accomplished. Let your actions align with the script. Let your speech echo your declarations. Let your energy mirror the reality you just authored. This is what it means to live in alignment, identity, action, and vision moving as one. Now transition gently to the nighttime counterpart. Morning opens the portal. Evening closes it with firm, loving affirmation and reprogramming. Evening visioning. Surrender and reprogram. Prime the subconscious as you enter sleep. In the moments before sleep, the subconscious is especially receptive. What you plant at this time takes deep root overnight. Florence said, "Man's only enemy is fear of lack." In the evening, we replace lack with abundant, confident trust. Step 1. Review in gratitude. Collect the day's evidence of good. Take up your journal and record 3 happenings from today that confirm your chosen word. Whether large or small, each counts in the kingdom of demonstration. I saw the number 777 and smiled. Confirmation of divine alignment. A friend texted unexpectedly, just as I was thinking of her. My body felt lighter after my walk. Anchor your awareness in proof. Train your attention to detect and catalog evidence of good continuously. Step 2. Rewrite with grace. Transmute misalignment into meaning. When something in the day felt off, tension, worry, or shortage, rewrite its meaning now. Though the conversation with Tom was tense, I see now that clarity was born from it. Peace is unfolding even now. This is not denial. It is redemption. You reclaim power by deciding how you will perceive and frame events. Step 3. Nighttime scripting. Fall asleep inside the fulfilled scene. Script your dream life in fresh past tense, as though it has just occurred. Let it be vivid, daring, richly textured. I woke up in my ocean view home. The morning sun painted gold across my bed. My partner kissed me softly. My inbox held an unexpected blessing. A $10,000 gift from a client who said, "Your words changed my life." I wept with joy. I feel so free. Do not censor or minimize. Let divine mind pour through your pen without restriction. Step 4. Audio affirmations or whispering. Bathe the subconscious in truth. Lie down and, in the quiet, softly repeat your affirmations to saturate awareness. I am safe. I am supplied. I am supported. I am chosen by the divine. All that is mine comes to me with ease. Alternatively, play a recording of your own voice declaring truth and drift into sleep held within those sacred frequencies. Florence declared, "The subconscious has no sense of humor, and people often joke themselves into unhappy experiences. Therefore, at night speak only what you choose to experience and receive. Fall asleep carried by the energy of prayer already answered." These are not mere feel-good rituals. They are the operating mechanics of manifestation. Day and night, you sculpt reality by the cadence of your word, the force of felt emotion, and the focus of attention. Repetition generates power. Ritual produces precision. Practice daily. Visioning moves you from pleading and strain into live demonstration through alignment. Let us seal this section with a final spoken sequence. If you feel led, place a hand on your heart and say it aloud. I remember who I am. I am made in the image of the divine, and my word is law. Today I see clearly. I speak boldly. I create lovingly. I align with my vision. I feel it now. I walk as if it is already done. I sleep in trust. I rise in power. I vision daily. I vision daily. I vision daily. And now, anchor this commitment within. If this ritual speaks to you, declare, I commit to visioning daily. We hold and walk this vision alongside you, and the law, operating faithfully, does not fail. Repeatedly along this spiritual journey, outer appearances will clash with inner knowing. The balance dips, a door closes, an answer delays. In that crucible you must choose. Will you believe the fleeting scene, or steadfastly hold the vision? This is the furnace of demonstration, not the easy ritual or journal page, but the hour of contradiction when faith is inconvenient and facts roar. In such moments, mastery is forged. Florence stated plainly, man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. But on days when physical sight contradicts spiritual sight, recognize the storm. And remember, the seed persists, alive beneath the surface. Let me ground this in a story. A woman named Anna cherished a vision. A white hillside cottage with blue shutters and a wraparound porch. Each night she scripted, lit candles, and thanked God in advance. Then crisis hit. Her job was reduced, her lease ended, and she had 60 days to move. Conventional wisdom urged surrender and settling. Yet a deeper inner voice whispered one word, hold. She cried and wrestled with doubt, but she held steady to the vision. Night after night she returned to the image, feeling herself on the porch swing, tasting morning coffee, breathing sea air, carrying the vision through the fire of circumstance. Days slipped by, and the final deadline arrived. At the last moment, a former client reached out. I have a property I'd like to offer you first, just outside the city. It needs some love, but it has blue shutters and a bay view. She had traversed contradiction and kept the inner image intact, and the outer matched it. Let this serve as your parable, seed and storm. Your desire seed does not blow away in the wind or dissolve in doubt. It sinks, roots, and when the time is ripe, breaks through into visibility. So how do you keep your vision steady when life appears to refute it? First principle: distinguish facts from deeper truth. Facts change. Truth endures. Facts may report overdue bills. Truth declares, my supply is infinite. Facts may note fatigue. Truth says, I am renewed every morning. Facts may suggest invisibility. Truth states, I am chosen, appointed, and anointed. Florence said, you must act as if you had already received. Not merely think or hope, act accordingly. Therefore, when a door shuts, you smile and bless it, affirming this too is working for me, and you keep walking in trust. Second, cultivate emotional fortitude. Resilient feeling states. Contradictions will stir fear. Let it surface without residency. Address it directly by saying, I see you, but I do not bow to you. I serve the vision. I obey the law. Weep if needed, but keep moving forward, hands lifted in faith. This is sacred persistence in practice. Third, rehearse your testimony. Remember prior proofs. Recall times Spirit intervened, answers given, funds arriving, doors opening. Keep a book of demonstration, recording each miracle, reversal, and unexpected good. During contradictions, this record will anchor you. Fourth key: use affirmation to recenter promptly. When the storm rages, repeat these centering lines. I walk by faith, not by sight. I live by vision, not by facts. I am unmoved by appearances. I hold the shape of my desire until it takes shape around me. Speak it even if your lips tremble. Speak it anyway. Fifth key: surround yourself with vision holders. Do not pour doubts into the ears of those bound to mere logic. Speak your vision to those anchored in truth. Find your tribe, the ones who insist, keep going. You're close. Do not surrender to appearances. This demonstrates the power of community. Voices that reflect the law back to you exactly when you most need reminding. Now enter a brief real-time practice. Breathe with me, inhaling, pausing, and exhaling slowly to release. Now speak this declaration. Though my world may shake, I am unshaken. I hold the vision. I trust the law. I believe the divine more than I believe my eyes. I remember Anna's story. I remember my own. I walk through the fire untouched. I hold. I hold. I hold. I hold. The emergence of contradiction does not mean failure. It is a summons to rise higher, an invitation into living demonstration. Do not discard your seed during a storm. Stand firm, Speak truth and see beyond appearances. What aspect of maintaining your vision feels most challenging for you right now? Share it here. We will hold the vision alongside you. This is sacred, supportive ground. Eventually on the path, the seeker matures into the master. The student of the word embodies it. Imagination ceases to be wistful and becomes a working blueprint, a command and a deliberate design. You move beyond hoping to manifest and begin constructing reality without force or fear, but with the clean precision of divine order. This marks the transition from creative visioning to conscious architecture of your life. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for, though he sees no sign of it." Tangible preparation becomes the living proof of mastery. Therefore, step into the role of architect, divine imagination guiding like a compass, your spoken word as the bricks, and faith as the unshakable foundation. Begin by voicing this grounding declaration. I am the architect of my reality. My thoughts design, my word builds, my faith lays the foundation, and my life reveals the blueprint of the divine. You do not dabble at the edges, you dwell and operate within manifestation as your normal. Let us proceed step by step along the path of mastery. Masters look beyond surface appearances. They retain the inner image despite delays. They walk in the reality not yet visible. To master vision is to inquire daily upon waking. What am I building today? Not reacting to circumstances, but choosing deliberately and boldly what to build. Declare the following with intention. I no longer wish. I no longer wait. I choose. I build. I direct my mind like a sculptor shaping marble. I choose beauty. I choose clarity. I choose wealth. I choose health. I choose purpose. I choose joy. And then you hold that image, not a single time, but daily. Not casually, but with devotional steadiness. You stop scattering attention across countless seeds and instead water one image with unwavering focus. Florence named this the law of the spoken word, writing, "Man's word is his wand filled with magic and power." To master speech is to realize every sentence you utter functions as a decree shaping outcomes. Retire idle chatter and self-disparaging jokes. No more "I am broke," "I can't," or "I always mess up." With every utterance you either construct or dismantle. There is no neutral. A master treats words like gold coins, precious, intentional, and worthy of circulation. Now declare, my word is law. I speak only what I desire to see. I no longer curse my life with casual doubt. I bless it with deliberate truth. I am powerful in speech. I speak love. I speak order. I speak joy. Speak these decrees into your coffee, your finances, and your relationships, into every arena that matters. Your speech is not for entertainment. It is architectural engineering for your life. Faith is not passivity. It is decisive action taken before external proof appears. Faith says, "Thank you," prior to the door swinging open. Faith makes up the guest room before love knocks. Faith blesses the unpaid invoice as already cleared and complete. Speak this affirmation now, with conviction. My faith is muscular. My faith is not shaken by delay. My faith is not seduced by facts. My faith is my anchor, my evidence, my bridge. I walk by faith, and the path forms beneath me. This is not naivete, it is training. Not gullibility, grounded spiritual discipline. Faith is the master's muscle, developed through repetition and use. Chronic anxiety is too costly. Palaces cannot be constructed with trembling hands. The master feels first the state she chooses to experience, rather than waiting for circumstances to permit it. If abundance is your aim, embody the feeling of security now. If you desire love, cultivate the felt sense of being cherished now. If healing is your goal, inhabit vibrancy and wholeness now. Say, I live as one who knows. I walk as one who has. I act from my vision, not toward it. I am in motion. I am in congruence. I am in flow. Now, let us step into future pacing, intentionally previewing the fulfilled state ahead. Gently close your eyes and envision yourself 1 year from today, fully established as the master creator, the deliberate architect of your reality. In that scene, where do you reside? What home, what city, what environment holds you? How does your voice sound? What words and tones reflect your authority, calm, and clarity? What people, objects, projects, and spaces surround you? What ecosystem validates who you have become? What inner light radiates outward, confidence, serenity, purpose? What unmistakable glow emanates from your center? What is the felt texture of an ordinary day? Its pace, its ease, its momentum, and emotional climate. Do you notice a more measured stride, a broader smile, a greater generosity, a taller posture? Signals of your embodied becoming? Fix that image in place. Sustain it steadily until it stabilizes as your default inner reference. And now, give voice to your authority with a clear declaration. I have become the architect of my life. I no longer live by default. I live by design. I walk by divine blueprint. I am empowered. I am prosperous. I am peaceful. I am led. You are prepared, resourced within, aligned and ready to proceed. You are no longer a passive dreamer. You are an embodied decree, a walking, speaking affirmation made real. The creative word you speak has taken on form through you, embodied in thought, feeling, and action. This moment marks the culmination, the integrative point where vision and embodiment meet. This is the crowning stage, the completion of a cycle, and the onset of sovereign mastery. Add your public affirmation. Write, I am the architect of my reality. To seal this identity shift, share this teaching with others, amplify it, to help awaken their own creative authority and responsibility. You have traversed the full arc, sustained vision through contradiction, surrendered in trust, and arrived at mastery. And now, embody it in motion. Walk it, speak it, and be it in every choice and breath.